The first one?
I'm going to watch you.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to learn.
Okay, okay.
You golfing all the time these days, Doug?
See how you get open and stuff. I think I got a good idea.
It should be the same as what we got.
Still play, but
Probably. It looks 6 pages.
I've got everything actually open. And did you,
grandkids?
a friend texted me as I was walking
looks
in,
about
and
right.
apparently we made Casey IDs tonight.
We have 2 sets, just like the family.
I don't know, but I didn't know about that.
I don't know anything about it. I just, that we didn't get a chance to talk, and she hasn't
This is
seen it yet.
everything I
Somebody else had texted her.
College graduate this week.
I didn't know about that.
That's perfectly fine.
Next year. Only dropped down to
Appropriate.
6th grade.
Well, I know it'll never be in the newspaper unless there's a murder.
Right. I don't ever watch the news, so.
You had that weird.
I have to roll it.
Not doing it.
I got a 5 and 7-year-old.
Yeah, I don't generally watch the newspaper. I've been a newspaper my whole life.
I've been more.
Now, with the newspaper being what it is,
44.
I don't-
5 minutes.
Yeah, she's 5 months.
Right, right.
it's on the sports
It's
section.
hardly worth the money anymore.
I know.
Accidental.
Another news alternative? I would think.
I canceled my newspaper subscription and they're outsourcing their subscription
But it saves me.
calls.
I got a little
So
space.
it's like, you're getting people
I
really,
worry about that. Like, oh my God, I'm like,
Yeah,
like
but
very aggressive. And I
Wow.
was like, no, I do not.
I have a friend who used to work for RG. He said that there's only like 4 or 5 staff people left Eugene. They all work from home.
Yeah.
They don't have an office anymore.
When I was doing 6 years ago, when I did obituary for my dad, I actually worked with a person. This year it was all online when I did it all for my mom.
That's within 50 miles. I'm within about 250, so I need to
Because my daughter and her family live in.
I suppose it's time.
okay, cool. We have 1 set that lives in Springfield. Southwest Florida. University.
Good evening and welcome to the Creswell City Urban Renewal Agency meeting, followed by the Budget Committee meeting. So would you please join me as we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We begin tonight with the Urban Renewal Agency meeting, and I'm going to call the roll, beginning with our citizen representatives. So if you would just say here, when I call your name, that would be wonderful. Doug Horton.
Here.
Robert Jackson. Robert Jackson is unexcused?
He's excused.
He's excused
Yeah.
for illness?
Yeah.
Okay. Shaymond Michelson?
Here.
Did I say it correctly?
That's correct.
Christina Corsi. Christina is absent. Any news on Christina? All right, that's an unexcused absence. Dave Nicholson?
Here.
Clark Kent?
Here.
Cameron Burke?
Here.
Nicholas Smith?
Here.
Stacy Holt?
Here.
Norma Jean Osborne?
Here.
Tammy Sheff?
Here.
Shelley Clark?
Here.
Alonzo Castillo?
Here.
Christina Corsi?
Here.
And Dave Stram here. All right, with that, we move to item number 2, which is the selection of a chair first and then a vice chair. So the floor is open for nominations for chair of the Urban Renewal Agency. Kelly Clark.
I move that we select Clark Kent as the chair of the Urban Renewal Agency.
Okay,
I'll second that.
we have a second. So next question is, do we have any other nominations? Do we have any other nominations for chair?
Who's the second?
Okay,
I didn't catch who the second was.
well, I don't know that we actually need a second for the election. But the floor is open. We have 1 nomination. Any other nominations for chair? If not, then we will vote. All those in favor of Clark Kent to chair this committee, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes, I believe, unanimously. So now, Clark, would you like to swap places with me?
Sure.
See you later.
So we're going to take just a second and swap places. I'm sorry, I have so much stuff I have to swap with you on.
You want your one?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Now I have to leave you.
I learned, thanks.
Okay. There you go. Here's your gavel, and you will begin by selecting a vice chair.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the middle.
Hello, hello, all.
I've long felt I was the excluded middle, so now it's, now we will select a vice chair. Do we have any nominations? Mayor Strand?
I nominate Doug Orton. I nominate Doug Orton.
Do we have a second?
Norma Jean. Sorry.
Any other nominations? Then we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor of Doug Osborne? Oh, what was that, Doug Osborne?
Doug
Oh,
Orton.
Orton, sorry. Doug Orton. All those in favor? All those opposed? It is unanimous. Doug Orton is co-chair. I am going to gavel now. Next on the agenda. So, is this the
Oh, do I have the wrong
herbal
one?
renewal?
Yeah, that's the budget.
I have the wrong one, sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right. Thank you. Okay. Okay, next is to approve the Budget Committee meeting minutes. Mayor Strick?
I just had a question. Do we have any, Doug Orton didn't get a copy of the Urban Renewal Agency packet. Do we have any additional copies?
Yeah, I never got one either.
Always help each other out.
This is also budget.
Thank you.
That's why I get the copies, because it's easier to.
Grace, Christina Orsini's one, and so did
I don't
Shane.
have,
Oh, okay.
I don't have any more urban renewal, I just have.
Oh, like yours.
Yeah, we'll show.
Kelly has one, she said.
Yeah, I have.
Thank you, Shelley. I just need to read the message.
So I apologize, I'm searching for, does anybody have one that I can take a quick picture of for the urban renewal? Or is this?
This one is the urban renewal.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
they look similar.
Yes.
Yeah.
I see.
have one?
Oh, they do, okay.
Yeah,
So-
okay, yeah.
So, the next thing, it says to approve the Budget Committee meeting minutes. So do I have a motion to approve? Councilor Holt?
I motion that we approve the budget committee meeting minutes.
And seconded? Thank you. Meeting minutes are approved.
You have to
We
vote.
have to vote.
Oh, we have to vote, I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay.
All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes? And opposed? Another unanimous vote. Meeting minutes are approved. Next, receive public comment on the proposed budget. Do we have any electronic communications or anything?
No.
And is anybody here wanting to comment? And do we have to set aside a certain amount of time, like 1 minute for somebody? Okay. Then we will move to the next section, which is receive budget message. And Jim, are you going to make a presentation?
Yeah, I'll give you the budget message.
Excellent, thank you.
From here?
Creswell Urban Renewal Agency, fiscal year 2023-2024. Honorable Chairperson, Budget Committee members, and citizens of Creswell, the attached proposed budget is for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023 and ending June 30, 2024. The Creswell Urban Renewal Agency is the only urban renewal district in place in the city of Creswell. It is overseen by the members of the City Council. The Creswell Urban Renewal Agency was enacted through ordinance of the City Council in August of 2018 with the objectives of eliminating blight and its influences, revitalizing Creswell through attracting new private investment and enhancing the existing private and public investments in the area. Urban renewal districts are one of the most utilized economic development tools in Oregon. As a tax increment finance tool, urban renewal can be hard to understand. However, the core concept of urban renewal is simple. Urban renewal takes a small portion of the appreciated value of property in a given area and invests it in projects that are expected to increase the overall value of the district over time, eliminate blight, and stimulate investment. Oregon's experience with urban renewal suggests that this strategy has been generally successful around the state. Strategic investment in key public infrastructure projects is a traditional role for the urban renewal funds. The investment in these projects is meant to remove barriers for development or spur economy so that blight is removed and private investment will follow. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 reflects the continued collection of tax increment. Debt service payments will be made in fiscal year 2023-2024 to the City of Creswell's general fund for the purchase of right-of-way in fiscal year 2022-2023. The right-of-way purchase is part of a plan to construct a new roadway as a minor collector from the I-5 southbound ramp's terminus. The Creswell Urban Renewal Agency will continue to pay back the debt service over 10 years using property tax increment revenues. In the coming years, additional debt service will be taken out to build the infrastructure through the right-of-way leading into the industrial lands formerly known as Bald Knob. As the new roadway has been the primary focus of the Creswell Urban Renewal Agency, the agency members may still consider other strategic revitalization partnerships as they present themselves. We look forward to the review of the proposed budget and any questions that you may have. Sincerely, myself and Manager Amber.
Thank you, Finance Director Piper. I will now open the floor to discuss the proposed 2023 to 2024 budget. Councilor Holt.
Could you clarify to me what the property taxes current versus property taxes prior is?
Sure, so the current is property taxes that will be collected for the current year that are assessed by Lane County. And then prior taxes are things that are coming in arrears, so from the prior years.
Oh, okay, okay,
And then
thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Holt?
What is the contractual I'm guessing service auditing consist of?
So that will be an audit. We've been planning to have it done in the prior year. But with the expenditures not coming through, so the audit's done the next fiscal year. So as the year closes, the next fiscal year will be of the audit. We've been expecting to purchase that right away because it's enough expenditures, it'll trigger an audit. Over $150,000 will trigger an audit. So we were expecting it last year, didn't because we thought we'd buy it the prior year. It didn't happen this year. So next year we will definitely have to have the auditors come in and look at the urban renewal expenditures.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any further questions? Being that there is none, I would like to receive a motion to approve the budget. Councilman Clark?
I move to approve the Urban Renewal Fund budget as presented.
And a second?
I'll second that.
Councilman Hull, thank you. Now we will vote on it. All in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Another unanimous vote. And finally, a motion to approve taxes for the 2023 to 2024 fiscal year. Would someone like to make a motion on that? Mayor Stern?
I move to approve collection of the maximum amount of funds from Division of Taxes under Section 1C, Article 9 of the Oregon Constitution in accordance with the approved Creswell Urban Renewal Agency Plan and as provided in ORS 457420, parenthesis 1, to be certified by the tax assessor.
Thank you, Mayor Stram, especially for that delivery. That was perfect. Thank you. And a second. And I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Shuck.
Okay. Shuck, thank you very much.
Yep.
So, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And all those opposed? We have a unanimous vote. And now I'd like to come to my favorite part, which is adjournment. I'd like to adjourn this meeting.
Good job.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair.
Stay right there.
You can stay in the
I can
middle.
stay here? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you recognize me?
That was painless, thanks.
Nice job.
Thank you for helping with that.
Wasn't that from
Much appreciated.
Oh, yeah, of course. Do you want that?
Divisioning of the Bald Mountain?
Sure.
Yeah.
Was it early on?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
I'll just do it in here.
If you need to.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, I forgot you're staying here.
Yeah. And
I think I'm in the wrong one.
you're still the chair, correct, for those parts?
This one is?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the one. This is the one that.
Oh, it is. You know what I'm looking for?
It's off by a page. No, I didn't want this.
So I kept scrolling past.
Yeah. Is this?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Just off by a page.
It's time to call the Budget Committee meeting to order. Welcome to the Creswell Budget Committee. Today's date is May 23rd, 2023. We have present, oh, my apologies. I don't really think I need it, but I'll take it. It looks like, from here, do I like take a roll call? I think we already did that, so we kind of know, but I still need to.
Because it's a new record for a new meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Mayor David Stram.
Here?
Counselor Castillo.
Here.
Counselor Clark.
Here.
Counselor Shack.
Here.
Counselor Osborne.
Here.
Stacy Holt here. Counselor Smith,
Here.
Doug Orton,
Here.
Robert Jackson is excused. He's absent and excused. Shaman Michelson,
Here.
Christina Corsi,
Here.
David Nicholson,
Here.
Clark Kent,
Here.
and Cameron Burke.
Here.
All right, next on the agenda is to receive public comment on the proposed budget and possible uses of state revenue sharing funds. Do we have any public comment? And are we required to keep anything open, or is it, yeah, I didn't think so because it's not a hearing, correct? Thank you. And then we'll move on to public hearing, possible uses of state revenue sharing funds for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. The City of Creswell will conduct a public hearing on the possible uses of state revenue sharing funds in the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget. These funds are proposed to be used for work on a comprehensive plan update and community contributions for nonprofit emergency needs, both appropriated in the general fund. Yes,
So now you open the hearing
thanks.
and leave it open for a minute and then close it.
This is the one. Okay. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for 1 minute. And if anybody that is here would like to come up and speak, just come up to the podium and state your name and let us know what you want to say. Public hearing is now closed. And we'll move on to item number 4, which is discussion of the proposed 2023-2024 budget. Discussion is now open. Mayor Schramm?
So, state revenue sharing, am I correct that we anticipate 70,000, that's on page 41, in revenue, and that our budget calls for, on page 45, 22,500 for community contributions, and on page 49, 40,000 for comp plan update. Is that correct? Those are the two
That's
planned
correct.
expenditures from state revenue sharing?
That's correct.
Okay. That was my question.
Do we have any other discussion? Councilor Clark?
I just wanted to say I'm really appreciative of all the questions that you've already proactively answered. I think as I was going through and asking myself some of the questions to the budget, I just really appreciated that, well, all that information is already right there. One question that I did have, and this was as I was looking at the capital improvement plan, and I was looking specifically at the what I was understanding to be a $450,000 update of the master plan within the airport, and I was just hoping that you could speak a little bit more to what is all involved in that, because that feels like a price tag.
Yeah, I would rather Shelley address it. I know that this is on the FAA's radar, pun intended, but Shelley could get into the nuts and bolts of it.
So every 5 to 7 years, the FAA requires that you update if you continue to take AIP, Airport Improvement Program funding. What that does is you hire a consultant, and this year we will be doing some CADX and some additional, and the word just went out of my head, data points, so it will be a 3D model. And then that way they have up-to-date current diagrams of the airport. So when they're looking at projects that we propose to look at, then they actually have a good model to see. Also looks at trends, it looks at property around us, it looks at, there's a whole list, it looks at NEPA and EPA issues, it looks at wetlands. It's a long process, about 18 months. There will be a lot of public hearings, there'll be a lot of meetings. The Airport Commission will be knee-deep in it. So it's pretty lengthy. It's about a $500,000 project now.
Any other questions or discussion items? Mayor Shan?
So last night we talked about the budget for the Parks Board. Where does that show up here? I'm just curious.
So it shows up on page 45, General Culture and Recreation, Materials and Services, Parks, Maintenance and Supply. So you see that number's increased. Part of that's some non-routine maintenance that's being done, but part of that is the budgeted items that you saw last night.
And those budgeted items were like 4,500, am I close?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So they were below the 5,000 threshold to put them in capital outlay, so I put them into the just general supplies category.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or discussion items? Councilor Clark?
Sure, I also just wanted to provide just feedback that as I was looking over this budget, one of the things that I also, in addition to all the questions that you pre-answered for us, I also really appreciated the breakdown of the performance measures as well as the major goals for the next fiscal year. I found that really insightful and really helpful, and as I was looking at the costs of doing business and serving our community. And so I think that is a welcome addition to the budget and really illuminating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. You think our department heads, they do a lot. That worksheet gets passed on to them and they can get into the details of what's going on in their department. And then I review it, of course, before it goes into the budget. But yeah, it is really helpful to see what is going on.
Is there any other questions or discussion items? Councilor Castillo?
Sure. Excuse me. Sure, I have can you hear me? A discussion item. As I was looking through the budget, one of the things that really struck out to me and has been for a while is the upcoming increases to the community. The $1.19 for the public safety, the 1% water rate increase, the sewer rate, 5% sewer rate increase, and now we're asking the community for the $4 TUF per household, plus various fees for the businesses and so forth. And then I believe we have a stormwater fee implementation coming down the road here eventually.
Eventually,
Yeah. And the Santa Pack increase, which I realize acknowledges not part of the budget, and people have the choice of using that service or not, but it still adds, it's part of the cost of living. Include that in the package. And as I recall during the water rate presentation, in the minutes and the slideshow, it showed that that it was very stable, and in the minutes of the February 8th meeting, the water rate advisory comments. There were some comments made by Mr. Piper, our finance director, and Mr. Clef Bello, our public works director. And I'll just read out of the minutes. It says, James says because of the sewer rate impacts this year, he would recommend 0% increase for water this year. Cliff agrees, as the next 2 years will be focused on the sewer projects. Next year, we could look at what that 0% did. And I really appreciated those comments. If nothing else, I mean, that just speaks to transparency and really another step of the trust that I already have in you guys and what you do. Just added more strength to that trust. So anyway, with all that said, I would like to make a motion to amend that water rate increase to 0% for this year.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? I will second that motion. We have a motion on the table and it's been seconded, and now we are open for discussion. Mayor Strand.
So my question is, I mean, Alonzo, you read part of the minutes. There must have been a continuing discussion because the Water Rate Advisory Committee settled on 1%. So I'm curious what the remainder of the discussion was and why the Water Rate Committee settled on 1%. I'd like to know that before I cast a vote.
Councillor Shuck?
My recollection of the meeting, as I'm a member of the Water Rate Advisory Committee, and Councillor Clark can help me, I hope. We felt like collecting something to have in reserves would be prudent, and that simply not putting anything into reserves would be bad management of our funds, and just not being prepared would not be responsible. So we went on for quite a couple hours of discussion, and Jim gave us a lot of Director Piper gave us a lot of different scenarios if we did or did not have that in, and then the consensus was just that we needed to have a little padding in case something comes up. We all know arsenic removal and things like that can be quite costly, and we do have a study for arsenic removal coming up, so we felt like putting a little reserve would be good.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I'll also just expand that, so one of the things that we also talked about as well, and we had these discussions in February, really the beginning of February, so that we could present that at the end of February to the rest of the council, is that we also felt like that if there's fluctuation in the markets, right? There's fluctuation in costs, and to not have any sort of flexibility within what it is that we're able to purchase or what it is that we're able to do to move forward the betterment of the community. We just wanted to have that 1%, just to be able to have a little bit of flexibility when something costs more or something is unexpected that happens, because that is what happens sometimes when we do maintenance.
Thank you. Anybody else? I will go ahead and take a turn then. I was on the Water Rate Committee. I think that had I known what was coming, I would have not approved the 1%. I was not aware of Sandy Pack. There were a lot of things I didn't know about. And I'm not saying that anybody did that. I'm just saying that as I become more aware of the impact that we are creating on our community, I think it's important to really address that, and so I do support this. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Anybody else? Councillor Castillo.
Sure, and I realize that 1% was probably a big difference for the city. Probably very little for the actual citizens. But with everything compiled together, I see this as an opportunity to try to alleviate a little to the community, because it is a very big ask that we're going forward to the citizens this year. And also, I feel like the citizens have been paying the water rates year after year after year, increase. So if there was ever a time to be able to say, we're gonna do 0% this year, this is it. And I realize, and also in the slide, at the bottom of the slide, it says, although fund is very stable, foregoing a rate increase in the 23-24 fiscal year could put pressure on future rate increases. Now, of course, that's a given, but I still think that we ought to consider giving the citizens a teeny tiny little break. Like I said, I don't know if there's ever going to be a better opportunity to do that. So.
I just want to recognize that a few years ago, our water system, our water rates were not sufficient to cover the costs. But through the efforts and the work of this group of people, the Budget Committee and the City Council, we're now in the beautiful position of being able to have this discussion. So, I mean, good work to everybody. I'm glad that we've caught up and we're having this discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor Strong?
So, do we have any kind of projections for next year or even the year after about where we'll be with water? 1% this year isn't much, 0% isn't much, but if it means that in a year or two down the road, we're gonna have to go higher because we missed out on a year, then I'd rather do 1% and mitigate some of that. Do we have any idea at all of where we may be a year or two down the road? And then I have one other comment after that.
Yeah, I projected 3% each year after that.
Director.
Chair Holt. Mayor Stram, yes, we looked at the projections for that, and we're still looking, if we do a 0 rate increase, we projected 3% going forward. It's just kind of a standard year over year, and that's dependent upon the Fed getting the inflation under control, of course. It is at 4.9 for the Western region as of the end of April. That just came out from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and I think it's trending that way. It might take till the end of next fiscal year to get there, but it could be even as low as 2% increase in inflation by that time. And so we're not anticipating more than a 3% rate increase in the coming years. That's kind of the standard, and projecting out 4 years past the coming fiscal year, we're still looking at having reserves of almost 4 million. So the water fund has been collecting reserves on an annual basis to meet those future capital outlays. And we've been doing a good job of it.
So if there was 0%, then we're projecting 3% the next couple of years. If it was 0%, we'd be looking at 4%.
I'm not anticipating hitting that 4% mark next year.
Whether it's 0 or 1%, either way you think we'll be in the 3% ballpark next year.
Correct. I just projected a 0% increase this year is going to affect us by $19,015 in revenue for the year.
0 versus 1%, $19,000. I have one other quick comment then. 10 years ago, we did a water rate study. And some of you who've been around remember that there was a lot of unhappy people at the time, and we did a water rate analysis. We sat in this room, and one of the members of the council asked the consultant, in all your years of doing water rate studies, Cliff might remember this, have you ever been able to recommend no increase or reduction? And he said, no. Water rates always go up. So for me to be here even thinking about 0 or 1% is nothing short of miraculous for Creswell. And if you've been around a long time, you know that that is the, as they say, the gospel truth. So that's my last comment.
Counselor Scheck?
The other thing I wanted to share is, since DEQ has put the building, how do you say it? Moratorium on us, we won't have increased number of users. And in years past, as our number of users has increased, like the new apartment buildings that came in and things of that nature, we've added new users, so our income, our revenue has gone up. And so if the cost of materials for Cliff and his workers, if they're paying more for materials, that's offset by the city's growth. But right now, we will have zero growth. So if materials go up, it's also a good idea to have the little 1% to pad us. And then I did find my notes from our February meeting, and the arsenic removal was projected to be $415,000. And then Cliff had 1A and 1B projects, and those are over $4 million in capital improvement projects that we will have. So that's why we have so much in reserves, because we need to do these 4.8 million in capital improvement projects, starting in the next 5 years.
Counselor Osborne?
What kind of effect on the community members' water bill for the 1% increase? How will it affect our community?
Give me just a moment. It's
Sure, no.
pulling up the spreadsheet.
I know it, it's in there somewhere, but.
So if we do a zero increase. So the 1% increase would raise the water utility for 5,000 gallon user. That's the base rate and the usage rate, having that 1% increase. It would raise the bill from $54.34 currently to $54.88, or basically 54 cents. With a zero rate increase.
Won't raise it at all.
Yeah, it stays the same. Thank you.
We were here late last night.
Yeah, we're all feeling you.
So we're looking at about 50 cents. 54-cent difference in the bill.
Anyone else? Okay.
Real quick.
Sure.
So how many users is that? Like residential, do you have it broken down residential, commercial, or total of users?
I do. This worksheet. This worksheet, which I thought water rate analysis right there. Their data. That's the number of gallons, that's the number of users. Yeah, so we're roughly roughly 2,000 users. Residential is 1,593, multifamily 39, and commercial 88, industrial 13, and the school's 13. Also included in the residential, we break out the Emerald Valley side because they have their own sewer system. So there's another 279 residential customers in Emerald Valley and 37 more commercial users.
Anyone else? Counselor Osborne?
It's actually my opinion that we'd be better off paying a few cents more now than more down the road to upgrade what we need to do for our water system.
Counselor Clark?
Yeah, so I actually went back to, because I think it's always helpful to know the dollar amounts of increases and what was proposed by the Water Rate Advisory Committee. And between all of because the question is always, but what does this mean on your average monthly utility bill, right? Like as you see the bill, what does that look like? And so with a 1% increase, and I think Director Piper just talked about this, it's on average, it's about 54 cents increase in the monthly water charges. With that 5% increase to the sewer charges that was proposed, that's $2.99 increase in the sewer monthly charges. And then with the increase of public safety monthly charges, it's about $1.17 per month. And again, this is on average. So that's what individuals are going to experience when they open up their utility bill and they see what are all the fees that go along with that. And so on average between all, and again, average, between all of those increases in fees, that's about $4.70 per month for that whole bill, if that's helpful information.
Is that for the whole bill or just the water sewer piece of the bill?
Water, sewer, and public.
But that doesn't include the stormwater drain or,
No, we
okay,
didn't have that at the time.
okay. And just clarifying, yeah.
Yeah, and those were with the proposed changes. So if, for example, if we were to go down and say we would like a 0% increase, then that would decrease by about 54 cents, again, on average, for the users. Or if we said we don't want a 5% increase in the sewer, gosh, I'm happy to talk about that a little bit if you would like. Again, that would decrease that by $2.99 or whatever that percentage is that is proposed. So if that's helpful information, I wanted to just go ahead and share that with the group.
Is anyone else? I will go. I think that Councilor Castillo's motion, I am perceiving it as to not be so much about the money as it is about the perception. And what we're doing for our community or what we're not doing for our community. And we're asking a lot of them this year. And it's nickel and dimes to some people, but to others it's not. And so just Councilor Castillo.
Yes, thank you for taking notice of that, because that's really it's not so much about the dollar amount. This is just a great opportunity to, a good gesture for the citizens of Creswell that are being asked to pay. I think it's, $6.48 a year, the 54 cents, right? 54 cents times 12?
Sounds about right.
$6.48. It's not a lot, but I think it would mean a lot to the citizens. And we have an opportunity to make history for the city of Creswell. 0%.
Isn't that the truth?
Yes, and coming, those words that were in the minutes, I know there was a lot more to that, but coming from you guys and for what you do for the city, that carries a lot of weight for me. That's why I thought this is a good time to make that motion. So.
Anyone else?
I'd just like to back up what you're saying. It's really about that perception rather than it is the dollar amount. And based upon the numbers like you were calculating, I think, maybe I didn't do it, but I was trying to verify on my phone that I know some of us also contribute extra towards our bills to help out. And so, that, not to say that should help offset everything, but there is a little bit extra there being given into our community for that purpose. So I think the perception is well worth it, given 54 cents is the average of what we're talking about, instead of the uprising that could come from the community. Because as it is, we all know that anytime we raise anything around here, there's always going to be people it hurts, regardless of how many of us can easily support it.
Councilor Shack?
I acknowledge your point of there will always be people that it hurts, but I've also sat in meetings for years where people just call it the water bill, and I pay $141 a month on average for my water, my sewer, and the public safety. We even had a city staff member the other day posted and called it the water bill, and I brought it to Manager Amber's attention. It is, in fact, I have a copy here, so we'll just go ahead and get that in the record. It's the bill for city services, City of Creswell services, and it's water, sewer, public safety. And we're going to now add the TUF, so I realize that we're going to chunk on about $4 for that. But it's just my honest opinion that even if we don't raise water 1%, people are going to, this is how I open my bills. This is terrible, and I'm on public record, but I slit the envelope and I look at it and I go, yep, that's what I owe, $147.52, and I pay it. And I do not open this, and I do not read and go, why did my water go up? I did when I first moved to Creswell, and I stopped watering after July 4th. So that's just a food for thought that I would hope that folks would go, oh, wow, awesome, no raise in water, but I don't think they will.
Mayor?
I agree that I don't think they will. But I love the optics, and there's 14 of us who have a charge to communicate with the people that we live with. You know, these are our constituents. In Creswell, we don't have wards. You know, you didn't get elected to one ward and me a different ward. Somebody asked me, well, what party are you in the election? I said, it's nonpartisan in Creswell. And they said, oh, sure. Well, it actually is. We didn't get elected Democrat or Republican. My constituents are the entire city of Creswell. So we have 14 people here who get to go around telling people, there's no water increase this year. Amazing. And it is kudos to our staff and to our water advisory committee for a number of years that have been working on these crunching numbers every year. It's like, this is amazing PR for us, even if the Creswell Chronicle never puts it out there, and the Register Guard never will. And even if nobody ever notices in their bill. But 14 of us get to go tell people, there's no water increase if that's how we vote.
Manager Amber?
Yeah, I really do give a lot of credit to this group of people and also the methodology that we use. The fact that we meet every year and we keep a very close eye on those two issues makes us very different from a lot of other cities that do it in 5-year increments, or they have a very different way of setting their fees, and sometimes they end up paying dearly for that. So we've been able to standardize pretty much what we do and how we calculate the fees, and I think it's made a big difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Councilor Castillo?
Yes, and as far as big differences, I think it would be probably for some of our businesses or users that use a lot of water. It could make a little bigger difference to them financially, and I'm sure they could use the help.
Director?
I just want to add to the question about growth. I mean, growth, unprecedented growth in Creswell is what got us here. We've had more new users than anticipated over the last 5 years or so. And the Water Rate Committee has been very good at staying on top of the rates so we don't kick it down the road and have to pay later. So they've been keeping the rates with inflation. We've had this unprecedented growth. There's worry about the moratorium, but as I'm learning, we still have some permits in the works that have been submitted. We do have some users coming next fiscal year, which I think I answered into the building department. We probably got one more good year of building department before we really hit that moratorium. Cliff's been doing some smoke testing, so we get 5 more connections. So we're taking steps to make sure that we do get the growth. It just was a concern and still is a concern until we fully get through all the requirements DEQ has on us for the sewer connections. So we're going to continue to work on that, and I do really respect the Budget Committee's decision as well during those meetings to at least have some kind of buffer so we don't kick it down the road and then have to pay later. But again, I just see more growth than we anticipated for maybe another year.
Manager Amber?
We have 15 hookups, plus once Cliff completes the report for the smoke testing, we'll have 5 more. So we'll have 20 hookups this year, which is a good number for us. Next year, not so good. We will have the moratorium and it will impact us, but we're not taking it lying down either. Cliff and I met today with lobbyists that promised to amplify our issue to the governor, who, of course, is all you know, is one of her big issues is affordable housing. And we're taking the tack that we cannot participate in the affordable housing benefits that are coming out right now because of the DEQ's restrictions on us, which we don't feel are fair. And so I've talked to the leader of the housing, the housing department in Salem, and then today we talked to some lobbyists. And we've also talked to our representative, Mr. Conrad, and he's aware of this. So we're trying to turn over as many rocks as we can to try and get additional hookups so that we can respond to the developers that are here, that want to develop, that already have put money into infrastructure and are just waiting to hear back, and also others that come down the road. We have been approached, and it's no guarantee, but we've been approached by somebody who wants to put in a 175-unit apartment building. Now, obviously, we can't do that with only 20 hookups, but the governor's people were very interested in the fact that we could add 125 people or double that here in our community. And so it's definitely something that is a barrier for us, and they talk about removing barriers. So we'll see how we go.
Well, thank you for your efforts in that.
Well, and Cliff and Jim.
Thank you, yeah.
Everybody, it's a team.
Counselor Smith?
I'm gonna take a different approach and be devil's advocate here, and some people might look at it as a slap in the face. I think optics are great, but sometimes optics go out there because you're doing something different, and you just want them to look at the shiny thing over here when you're doing things over here, and I'm not insinuating anybody here is doing that. However, I'm playing a different role here of so many fees have been passed on the citizens, and I think to quibble over 54 cents a month is a slap in the face, and put the optics out there, look what we did, no water rates. And again, you take offense to this, you take offense to it, but to say 54 cents a month on that bill and sit there and go, look what we did, but look at all these other fees, I think you all should look at it at a different point of view, because I'm sorry, I look at it as a slap in the face. 54 cents is a lot to some people, it's not a lot to others. But if optics is the word that's been going around, I don't appreciate it, I don't like it on this topic specifically. So I think 54 cents, 1% of the bill, it's not doing anybody any favors. And I think if anything, it's better that we have our fiduciary duty to have a reserve. So I'm all for the 1%.
Any other comments? Councilor Clark?
I guess I just wanted to ask a question back to our finance director and our city manager, as well as our public works director, is what would you recommend for this group to consider? Would you recommend a 0% increase, or would you recommend a 1% increase?
Well, I would take the conservative approach, and I really appreciated the 1% increase as a potential to not kick that rate increase down the road. Yeah, I would recommend the 1% increase, but it wouldn't hurt us if it isn't approved. So that's kind of where I'm at.
And I'm on the other side. I'd recommend the 0. because I do think that is what our budget indicates. And I think that we need to have good fiduciary practices with the money that goes out of our people's pockets, even if it is just a little bit. I think it shows that we care and that we honor that and that we are responsible and that we will do what we say we do. And we said that we would not charge more than it cost us to make water when we changed the charter. And so I would say 0. Thank you. Clint?
Yeah, I think if you go back in the meeting minutes, you'll see that Jim and I said exactly what Alonzo said. The farther down in the meeting, I think you'll see I said that I believe 1% would keep us more current in the market and that it wouldn't produce a higher rate farther down the road. So I'm still where I was at 1%. I know it's only 54 cents, but I think it probably cushions farther down the road, but it's your guys' decision.
Any other discussion on this motion that's on the table? Councilor Castillo?
Just one last comment. And we go back to our board, right over there, reliable and affordable city services. That's an opportunity to take advantage of all the work that has been done to get here, to be able to have this conversation. And that's it.
And any other discussion? With no other discussion, Grace, could you reread that motion, please? I apologize, I just,
Good idea.
we talked so
Councilor
much.
Castillo made a motion to reduce the increase from 1% to 0%.
Thank you.
On the
So
water rate.
we have a motion on the table to reduce the water rate from 1% to 0%. I have committed to taking our votes one at a time so that Grace has an easier time recording these for the public record. And so I'll start at the end. Let's see if I can get these names right.
I'm Doug.
Doug Orton?
I would stay with the.
Oh, I'm sorry, we had a second.
No, to be okay.
Yeah, we had a second, yeah, that's when we opened up discussion. Thank you for checking
I would
that.
stay with the 1%, so I don't know where that.
Okay. And Councilor Osborne?
I would stay with the 1%.
Hey, Mayor Stern?
0%.
Councilor Smith?
1%.
Christina Corsi?
1%.
Councilor Castillo?
0%.
Are we doing this incorrect? Are we good, the way this is going?
Yeah. Just
Okay, thank you. And, David Nicholson, I have the wrong one.
You just call me Shaman.
Oh my gosh, that's what it is. Shame. I looked 2 down.
It's all good. Oh, I will 0.
Clark Kent?
Oh, this is hard. 1%.
Stacy Holt will vote for 0%. And, wait, Cameron Burke.
I'd say 1%.
And, you're gonna make me work.
David?
David Nicholson, the one I said earlier.
1%.
Counselor.
1%.
And Counselor Clark.
1%.
We have 6 votes for 1%.
Okay, it looks like,
We got off on that because I've got 6 and 7.
I got 4 and 9.
Should we raise our hands and count?
Okay.
All those in favor?
all those in favor of reducing the rate, please raise your hand.
0%?
Yeah, 0% reducing. All right.
And this is to reduce it to 0%.
Yeah.
I've got Stram, I've got Castillo, I've got Shaman, and I've got Holt, so I've got 4.
All opposed, same sign. And the motion fails. All right, so now we are back into the discussion on approving the budget. Oh yeah, it's this one, sorry. Mayor Strom?
I move to approve the budget for the city of Creswell for the 2023-2024 fiscal year as presented.
Do I have a second? Counselor Sharp? All right, we have a motion on the table to approve the budget as presented, and we have a second. Now we will open up discussion. So you beat me to it, but I'm going to go ahead and start because I would like to actually make a motion to adjust the COLA. I would like to reduce the COLA by 1% for the same reason that you talked about. I think that the fact that the city has a step increase and wage increase process in place yearly for their employees outside of the COLA says a lot for how we take care of our staff. And while I understand that costs are rising for everyone, I also understand that I would say a large portion of our community doesn't even get a yearly step increase, let alone a COLA. And we're asking them to pay for a lot. So I would like to make a motion to reduce the COLA by 1% to 3%.
You're wanting to amend the motion?
Amend it, I'm sorry, yes. Thank you. In discussion, I just want to make a motion to, yes.
You just are making another.
Yeah, I'm just making another motion, yeah.
So she needs a second.
I would like to second that motion.
And we have a second from Mr. Clark Kent. And with a motion on the table in a second, we can now open up the table for discussion on this motion. And then we'll go back to the last motion once this is cleared up.
I'd like, just point of order, I'm confused. Which one are we, you motioned the second one. I'm not sure, are we motioning for the, originally said 1%, and we're at 3? I'm just confused, which one did we just second? Which one are we voting on for, of the 1%? Because it didn't originally, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought you said 1.
Reduce it by 1%.
Okay, and then didn't you say 3?
Which would make it 3%. I did say it.
Okay, I just want to clarify
Yes.
what.
Yeah, that was on me. Mayor Strom?
So the motion I made was to approve the budget as presented. So I would ask a point of order. It sounds to me like you were wanting to amend the motion.
Fair, yes.
My motion was as presented.
Okay, so I will start over.
Okay.
I propose that I would like to make a motion that we amend the original motion to approve the budget with a 1% reduction to the COLA rate, proposed COLA rate. Do I have a second? Counselor Smith seconds that motion. So now the motion on the table is to amend the original motion to approve the City of Creswell budget as amended with a 1% reduction. We will open up discussion on this, and then we'll take a vote on the amended, and if it passes, that'll be it. And if it doesn't pass, then we'll roll back to the first motion. And so we are now opening discussion on the amended motion. Counselor Scheck?
Director Piper, can you help me with where in the budget does it speak to COLA?
It's broken up.
I'm furiously flipping pages and getting myself lost.
Well, it's in the budget mess. It says, that's one place it's at.
It's also on page 102.
And it was in the frequently asked questions.
At the very bottom.
Thank you, Shaman.
Thank you, Shaman. The salary range on 102. The very last sentence at the bottom says, "The above chart reflects a 4% COLA applied to step 1 of the scale."
Yes, I was just giving people time to, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Counselor
I
Shuck.
wasn't sure if I was supposed to
Yeah.
wait long. My concern about accepting the amended motion is retention of employees. And we have.
I brought it with me.
We've done a stellar job during a time where it was really hard to get employees, and we've done a fantastic job of attracting good talent and keeping good talent. Though we did have Roberta retire, we were blessed to have Grace come on board, and we've made some really good hires with Heather and with our building permit tech, who, I apologize, I've forgotten her name. Angela. And, you know, just like we saw with Maddie Phillips, we all knew for years Maddie was going to be stolen. We knew it. We knew it was going to happen. And we did everything we could. Sometimes you can not avoid your employee getting stolen, but I think having the COLA as written in the budget is beneficial. I'm proud of how we take care of our employees. And yes, I'm an independent contractor as a realtor. I don't get a cost of living increase unless the price of houses go up. And, you know, 4% is, some of our constituents would think that was crazy high, and others would think it was just ridiculously low. So it depends on if you're a city manager, or if you're a lead worker, or if you're a airline pilot, or, you know, you're a fast food worker. I think 4% is fair, and it helps us retain employees.
Any other discussion? Counselor Smith?
I have 9 other employees, and I cannot automatically give them a raise. I have to go out and work my butt off and sell more, gain more customers, and although, I mean, no disrespect, and I'm not saying that anyone here doesn't work hard, but government jobs tend to get a really good work environment and enjoy maybe a lot more time off, and they acknowledge a lot more holidays, where the private sector, we get the basic holidays off, and we gotta do extra. And I'm not saying you don't deserve a raise or that you're not gonna get a raise. If I struggle to get my people raises, which I have a great crew, I have good people that work hard for me, and I get creative on how I can reward them other than just a paycheck every 2 weeks, what kind of benefits I can give, whether it's time off, whether it's full tanks of gas, whether it's bonuses, it's profit sharing, it's retirement. I worked really hard, and I would love to reward them, but to automatically, as you said, there is a yearly merit-based pay. I think if you can't create an environment that somebody if they step away from this job and they think the grass is greener because there's $2, $3 more an hour, whatever it may be, it's a different environment. So I would ask that you, and I assume that you do, create an environment that maybe it's not worth jumping ship and going somewhere else and going to a union where half your salary or part of your good part or a chunk of your salary is paid to paying fees and having the union speak for you, and a lot of times they might not speak the words that you want. And I have trouble with the government just automatically continuing to give themselves raises, and I don't mean any disrespect. I don't think any of you take your jobs lightly, so please don't take offense to this at all. But privately, I'm taxed to the hilt as a small business, and I struggle every day getting another bill for something else of, again, Portland and Oregon dictating everything to us. And I just feel like it's prudent, and it's not optics. This would be a little bit of a savings to the people, and I think that you guys are good enough to create an environment that people would want to stay and want to be part of a small business and have a family. With 9 employees, I know everybody's kids and wives and spouses, and we do create, if the company is winning, the tax man is going to take more and more, but the company's winning and I can divide that out between the employees, it changes things. So if there's other avenues, I would ask that you be creative. I feel like I'm still recognizing, you know, costs is going up and you guys deserve a raise. But I think we gotta cut it back a little bit, and I'm looking at some of these salaries. That's why people wanna come work for the government. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Councilor Osborne.
I worked for the state of Oregon in the 1900s, getting my job in the 1990s. In the 1990s. It sounds like a long time ago, it was last millennium. But anyway, in my job, I earned a small proportion of what you'd make in the general population, in the private sector. And it was only the fact that I got a few more days off than some people, not as many as others, and the PERS that made the job worth it. I think this 4% cost of living is not outrageous, and to retain the wonderful people we have working for us who are doing a job that other cities would have twice the amount of employees to do the same thing. I think it's worth that 1% for us to retain all the employees. And of course, the good and working environment does help. I mean, I think that the people that we have working for us work really well together. And that's really helpful, but in the end, you know, if you could make a lot more money somewhere else, they move on. And then it's going to cost us thousands of dollars more to hire and retrain the staff.
I would like to point out that there was over an 8% COLA afforded to them last year. And I would also like to point out that they probably also got their merit or their step increases last year, right? Am I correct?
Most people did. We don't, it's not an automatic thing. It's based on merit.
On performance, right? And they do a good job for us, but that's where that's handled. COLA should have nothing to do with their job performance. And it's simply a cost of living adjustment. I also would like to point out that state employees are paid a whole lot better than they used to be. And so I think that that's a strong argument at one time, but I think that we've seen that trend change over the years. I know when I looked up City of Creswell's income last year, and I compared it to nationwide income, they were 6% above the national average of city municipalities, and that was all-inclusive of all the city municipalities in America. And so I felt, and that was before the 8% COLA that they were afforded last year, so I felt that they were in a very fair range at that time, and I would think that after that COLA and their potential merit and step increases last year that they might be in a good spot for retaining. And I agree with Nick about creating an environment that wants people to stay, because for some people the job is not just about the money. So, any more discussion? I don't even know where to start.
Okay, so my question would be, where does Creswell rank with other cities of comparable size? Are you below the average, above the average, somewhere in the middle? Where do we rank?
Every 5 years we do a survey of salaries, and we try to be right in the middle. And so we have comparator cities in Oregon, and we also look at the environment here and the competitiveness of the environment here, and we go to the middle. We're right in the middle. That's our goal.
I wanted to speak to the comment, and I respect everyone here on the diocese and everyone's opinion, but I wanted to speak to the comment about holidays. Both of my parents were public employees, both of my siblings public employees. My sister is Emergency Communications Director for Yamhill County. My brother's a retired fire captain. Neither one of them got holidays off, first responders. But my father as a professor and my mom as a teacher's aide, they had holidays off. And I was about 22 years old working in the private sector, and I popped off one day about how they would all get to have Black Friday off or something. And they reminded me that I made my choice. And that kind of stuck with me, and I stopped complaining. So I think these folks, they chose their career. They're really good at it, and the cost of living has gone up. I wish that I could give everybody in Creswell that is a private citizen a cost of living increase, but we don't have that power nor those finances. I just would hate to see Angela and Heather, who we just got trained up, scram if what they were anticipating their salaries would look like dissolves.
I'm terrible with these names.
Shaman?
Shaman, thank you. I need to write it down.
All good. I just want to clarify, is this 4% across the board, or is it actually just to the first step? And with reduced down to lesser percentage for additional steps?
Shaman Michelson, it's to the first step, but the wage table increases 3.5% each step up till step 6. There's 12 steps total. And then once you reach step 7 and up to 12, it is a 2% increase. There are no more increases after step 12. You're capped at that point.
So the 4% then affects those other percentages, but the 4% really is only to step 1, which is the entry level.
No, it affects the whole chart.
It does, okay.
It does.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Courtney,
Christine.
Christina Corsi, sorry. There.
I have 2 questions. The first question is, in the area, Cottage Grove, Veneta, Lowell, what has been their COLA? And did they give a COLA, or do they have a COLA coming up?
Yeah, give me just a second. I actually have a survey from the city managers in the area. Research. COLA tracking by city. And what were the cities that you asked for?
Cottage Grove, Veneta, Lowell.
Cottage Grove is 5%. Veneta is 5.6%. I don't have Lowell.
Okay.
You have Johnson City or Florence?
I have Florence at 3%. And I don't know if Roseburg is.
You don't have Philomath either.
I don't have Philomath.
That's sufficient for me. My second, I guess my first note is the COLA last year was 7%.
That's correct. That was
Right?
good.
But there hadn't been a COLA the previous 2 years, correct?
There was only 1 year they didn't take one, that was 2020.
Correct.
What was the COLA for the 21 to 22? 22. So I guess it'd be 20 to 21. There was no COLA that fiscal year.
Let's see, I can find the budget. budget online. I'm sorry, I'm not.
You're fine.
not
I guess
connected to the
my
number.
point is that when you average out the 7% for last year when there wasn't one the previous year, and you take this 4, my math as an accountant says 11, you divide that by 3 years, you're sitting right at 3% average for those 3 years. So 4% actually gets me to the 3%, if that helps anyone who's on the fence.
Mayor Strong?
I'll yield to Manager Amber first.
No, I just have a comment.
So, looking at the last page of our questions, one of the questions was, what is the impact to the general budget? And the answer was approximately, a 4% COLA is approximately $30,750, which is equivalent to 0.5% of total operating expenses. So, if my math is correct, if we go from 4% to 1%, we're reducing the expense to the general budget by $7,687, which means the impact of the general fund would be reduced by 0.125. So we just got done talking about 1% or 0% for water, and Jim said the difference was $19,000 to the budget, and it seemed like we agreed that was pretty minuscule, whether we were going to have 19 or not. So this feels to me like really, really minuscule. We're talking about $7,800 difference. Then I looked up the SSI COLA this year. And in January, if you were on SSI, the COLA this year was 8.7%. So everyone on SSI this year got an 8.7% COLA at the start of the year. We've had Sandpac come and talk to us about their rates and how much they're going up. So we know that their rates have been pretty high. And my last comment is it's very hard to compare jobs. Different work sectors, as Tammy pointed out. My wife was a school teacher for 17 years, and before she taught school, I thought, how wonderful, you get 3 months off. And then a friend told me before she started school, Doug might be able to relate, or Dave, they said, kiss your wife goodbye in September and hello in June. And after 17 years, I realized my wife worked 6+ days a week. She did get some days, extra days off, 2 weeks of Christmas week and spring break. She essentially had about a month of summertime. And I worked as a pastor for all those years, so we had very different work environments. I was really in the private sector, she was in the public sector. Very different. But it was kind of like comparing apples to oranges. And I chose my career because it's what I wanted to do. And she chose hers. So it's hard to compare, but I'm just having a hard time with a 1% difference that impacts our budget $7,600. And if that's the difference, $7,600, and we spread that out over 20 employees, then it does feel to me like we're talking optics. That somehow we're trying to make a statement about 1%. Because it's really no impact to our budget and very little impact to our employees.
Manager Amber?
Yeah, there was a comment that doing this would provide some kind of relief to the taxpayer, and it doesn't. What would happen would be that extra 1% would go into the ending fund balance of each fund. So it doesn't actually reduce the budget at all. The other thing is, when you look at the people that we have here tonight, we're all here not getting paid. We don't get paid past 5 o'clock. And that happens regularly. The other thing is the investment that we have in the public works crew is tremendous. We estimate there's about $30,000 worth of training in each one of them. And they're one of the ones that are at the bottom of the list that you see, Public Works Maintenance and Public Works Maintenance 2. And those are the people that this is very dear to. And so I just want to put that out there that, we have a small group of people who work here. We have a very small staff. And we get a lot done. And that's because everybody is just top notch. We have top shelf people. And I just want you to consider that when you make your decision.
I have that same sentiment about my people, but I still can't just always do it either.
I can't give them bonuses, I can't give them incentives. We're in a different world. You're in a for-profit world,
It is,
we're
and
in a not-for-profit
It is,
world.
it's separate, and I can compartmentalize, but in the private sector, it's just, it's hard to, that's why everybody wants to work for the government, you know? And I don't mean that offensively to anybody here, but the all-star employees are gonna leave regardless. If they're that good, they're gonna go do their own thing, and they're gonna get that top money regardless, no matter where they stay. So, to that end, it is what it is. For me, it's the PERS, it's a public funded retirement plan. I have huge issues with that. I pay for my own retirement. I can't stand that I gotta pay for somebody else's. So I think that impact is more significant than you think. That's my opinion. I know there's data for that, but.
It's a big impact to our.
It is, and again, none of this is supposed to be offensive by any means. Like you said,
No, I
I'm
acknowledge
private,
what you're saying.
You're government, and I think you guys do a fine job. I got nothing against anybody here so far. It's just, there is a difference in the private sector and the taxes and how they tax the middleman so hard. And like you said, the crew is important. It's huge, and that's how you get stuff done. And when you talk about the lower level, the public maintenance works, it is a big raise for them, and it does help them, hopefully get a repair on the car, maybe they get a better family wagon to get them around. I want that for everybody, like Counselor had mentioned, I'd love to give everybody a raise. I'd love to give all my employees $5 raise, but there's years that I don't take any bonuses, I don't take any profit sharing, when we do retirement, it's gotta be for everybody, but there's certain times I don't get any, and maybe I give it to my lower levels because I want them there and I gotta keep them there, so. Again, it might, as the mayor pointed out, it's not a significant increase. I haven't crunched those numbers to the number he came out with, but I do trust you that that's close enough. But I just want those comments out there. I want them on the record. And it's not to say that you guys haven't earned it and don't deserve it. I just know that the private sector is struggling just as hard. And, I look at some of those numbers and I got plenty of good employees that might want to jump my ship to come here, if that's the case.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I have not taken increases quite a few times in the past. And I am not on the salary schedule. The city council sets my salary separately. So you need to know that.
And you four here tonight, you're here as much as I am. So I know you guys are working during the day like I am. I don't have all my stuff in front of me because I couldn't get back work time to get here on time. So you put in 12-hour day, 10-hour day, and then like last night we're here for 6 hours. So I respect it. Again, it's not, it's just another voice, a different voice that I want everybody to hear. I want it on record that just the voice that I have is different than everybody else's, and it's no disrespect to anybody's career that they've chosen or what they choose to do. There's respect for everybody here. I have a different opinion on it, and the PERS is the hard one. It's one that I can't get over as an employer trying to take care of the people, and so that's where I'm at. Honestly, I was going to be more like 1.5, but.
Just so you know, most of our employees are OPSER. So they are newer employees, so they are in the lowest tier of PERS. We do have a few in tier 2. I don't think we have anybody in tier 1. So we don't have that most expensive out there that we have to pay for out of our budget. But we do every year get nervous about what PERS is going to do to our budget. It is second to insurance. It's a big issue, and I acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Cliff.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about wages. You guys can set those, and that's what your job is. I do want to make a clarification. I represent my guys. I have 8 guys that work underneath me. I've always told those guys that benefits don't pay your bills. That's not represented on your paycheck. Everybody that works there is certified through the state. There's 4 levels. Everybody is certified at least to a 1. Me and 2 other guys have 3s. Those take about 21 years to even qualify to get those. We work 365 days a year, 24/7. We're on call all the time, and each one of you guys that take a drink of water or flush your toilet, that's on our shoulders every day, every night. We're out anytime during the night, we're out on holidays, so it's not a 9-to-5 job. And with that certification is ours to the state, it's not the city's. And so if we make a misstep, we are actually responsible for ourselves. We can be fined personally, and we can also be taken to jail personally. So our positions don't really cross over to the private. I just want to kind of clarify the responsibility that we have to the city. That is a weight on our shoulders that we go home, sleep with at night, that you don't have in the private sector.
Charlie?
I would just also tag on to what Cliff is saying. I am also on call 24/7 for any emergency that may arise, anything that the FAA or Homeland, anything. I am supposed to be at their beck and call, and I am. I hardly ever get all my vacation or my, not necessarily vacation, but my holidays off because I have one employee. Out at the airport, there's 1.6 FTE. We do a darn good job with 2 people, and we do that by working extra hours. We love our job, which is why we stay where we're at. But it doesn't pay the bills if we don't have the wage.
I'd like to say something.
Sure.
I just wanted to say for myself that I have 32 employees, and I do have to try to stay competitive with those, make sure that it's suited to the environment that's out there, the competition, because turnover is always the enemy. But I would also say I pay a lot in taxes. I don't always love that. I take a lot of frustration with the state of Oregon, where we, as business owners, end up being the data collection, the reporting agency, where we have to set aside and report payroll taxes to 5 different websites, entities. My problem is I don't feel like I get any services for that. I feel like I'm doing the job for the state, but I do have to say for the city employees, like you see them here every day, and they are the people who are out there and they're doing all the work. And I have a lot of respect for that, where you can actually see what they do on a daily basis. And I think for me, I feel like they provide a lot of value, and looking at different municipalities around here, I think Creswell does a really good job, and I'm always impressed at how dedicated a public servant pool we have around here. So I think that's worth considering, that on a municipal level, you actually get to see the services, you get to see the people. It's not, someone that's in Salem telling you, like, hey, I think there's a problem with this bill, and they're like, sorry, deal with it. It's either that or we're gonna take something from you. So.
Thank you. Any other discussion? With no more discussion, we will take a vote on the motion. The motion on the table is to reduce the COLA from 4% to 3%, the motion on the table is to approve the budget as amended, reducing the COLA from 4% to 3%. I'll just have them hold their hands up until you.
I would just start at the end and do a yay or nay. A yay in favor, a nay opposed.
Did you hear that? We're going to start with you and just say yay or nay. Yay in favor, nay opposed.
Yay meaning what does yay indicate?
Yes.
Oh, Rick, why don't you do why don't you state the motion again?
Sure.
Please.
The motion, the current motion on the table is to approve the Creswell city budget as amended, reducing the COLA rate from 4% to 3%.
So now it's yay to do that, nay not to do that?
Yes.
Nay.
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 Yay.
Wait. Nick, you said yay?
Yay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay. Nay.
Yay.
Nay.
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 11.
Okay, so the motion fails. So we will now roll back to the original motion that was seconded, a motion by David Stram, and I can't recall who seconded. And that is to approve the Creswell City budget as presented. And we'll do the vote the same way. Do you want to do the vote the same way on this one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So we're on the original.
We're on the original. We're going to approve the budget. The motion is to approve the Creswell City budget as presented. And a yay means yes and a nay means no.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay?
Nay.
Yay.
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 Nay?
Yay.
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 And that motion passes. Do I need to state the 11 to 2? Is that required to state?
I think she's got, you know who
I know
voted
who
no, so that's fine.
voted.
So it's-
So I can just list them, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. And I think that might be it.
No, you've got one more thing to do.
What? Oh, I have the wrong one. I gave him my agenda. Thank you. All right, moving
We
on.
need some taxes.
Item number 6. Okay, so now we're going to item number 6, and I'm looking for a motion to approve the taxes for the 2023-24 fiscal year. Clark?
I would like to move to approve taxes for the 2023 to 2024 fiscal year at the rate of $2.6705 per $1,000 of assessed value for operating purposes in the general fund to be certified by the tax assessor.
We have a motion on the table to approve taxes for the 2023-24 fiscal year at the rate of $2,605, it's hard to read, per $1,000 of assessed value for operating purposes in general fund to be certified by the tax assessor. Do I have a second?
A second.
Counselor Castillo seconds, and we will open up this for discussion.
Okay. Yes.
We're not voting yet.
Oh.
We're in discussion.
Counselor Clark.
I saw her looking at me.
I just wanted to clarify that the motion that was made by Clark was $2.67, $2.6705 per 1,000, and what was
Oh, and I
stated
said
was 2,000, and so I
Yeah,
just wanted.
sorry, it's because I can't read it. Thank you.
I've got my calculator.
Yeah, no. For everyone out in YouTube world, I was wrong. Okay, all right, so we have a motion on the table, we have a second, and we're in discussion and correction time, so. Any other discussion on this? All right, we will take a vote, same way? We'll start with you, sir. Doug?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yay.
Yay? Was that a yay?
Yes, yay.
Thank you.
Yay.
Christina, what was your vote?
Yay.
Yay.
Stereo.
Yes?
Yay.
Yay.
Oh my gosh.
Yay?
This one's up here.
We don't need the
Yay.
Yes.
Unanimous.
And the motion passes unanimously. And with that, we can now adjourn the meeting.
But a little bit of levity is always good.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Sorry I was such a pain. Can I give you these now?
No,
I'm leaving. Are you sure? 'Cause I'm leaving.
I've got a longer walk than most of my
It's,
So thank you. With that new tax rate you presented, we don't need the TIF.
Right?
Oh, yeah, it's $2,000, yeah.
In fact, Norma calculated her taxes for her house at your rate, $1,300. So we don't need any more property taxes.
I actually can pay that on my tax.
We wanted to make tax rates for the next tax.
Thank you. So I just. Yeah, I know.
Oh, damn it.
I'm done with my questions.
Here is high school basketball and the golf. No, I got it right here. Title IX. I can't come to high school golf team, then. No, I said yes.
Except for that little
I get to go, but I think that is.